All right. So let's get started, shall we, my friends? Welcome in. Valmont, congratulations on first. Day 3 of maintaining your streak once again. I can't remember what your longest one was, but it's a ways off yet from 3, so we shall see if you can get back up there and break your previous record. Who knows, you know? But we'll get started here in a minute. I'm going to give it just a couple of minutes to let anyone else sneak in here that intends to sneak in here. And if anyone has any prayer requests, you know how it works around here. Get your prayer requests in after we have done our opening prayer. We will get into the Bible reading, starting with the verse of the day, which today is Philippians 2, 3, and 4. And then we will carry on with the book of Psalms, with Psalms 38. Same old for you and the family? Alright. Then we shall continue to pray for your family on that. Oops, didn't mean to click away. That's my bad. I hope you enjoyed the meme I sent earlier. Alright. Just making sure everything is set up on the other ends. I'm thinking about it. Let me get our art program started so we shan't have to wait too long on that one to start up whenever it's time. I don't know why it always does it this way. Sorry, just trying to get GIMP all started up on the other end, and it was being silly and started up in the ridiculous way that it knows it shouldn't. But it does it anyway because it must irk me for some reason. I don't know why. Sent me something? Alright, let's see. Oh boy, hold on. What is this, chat? Hold on 1 second. They are adorable, Valmont. So how long until you choose one and name it? Welcome in, Rebozo. Yes, your name had been spoken, technically. It had already been spoken once. So. Not by me, mind you, but it had been spoken once already. But welcome in. Do you have any prayer requests? If not, we're gonna get the ball rolling. Boy, don't you start this with me, Rebozo. Don't you start this with me. Safe travels home, alright. Well, fair enough. We shall get the ball rolling then. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, I ask that you open our hearts and our minds, that you provide us. Good Lord. Of course, it had to wait until the moment that I start the prayer, and then it's got to do that. Yes, the stream just crashed for a minute. That was on my end. I'm so glad that I pay so much money for this internet, and then it can't even go for 10 minutes without a disconnect. Well, I apologize for that. We'll start the prayer over, since it so rudely interrupted me. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, I ask that you open our hearts and our minds to the good word, that you provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is you intend for us to take from today, regardless of what tool it is you use to teach us. Just help us to understand it. I ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might, or we can renew and refresh ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us that would see us torn down and led astray. And I ask that you grant us the strength that is necessary to overcome each and every one of those challenges, so we may continue our walk alongside you. I ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. In particular, we ask that you are with Valmont's family, as they continue to go through their trials and tribulations, that you grant them strength and peace, both of which are needed. We ask that as Rebozo travels home, that it is safe and swift, and that he does not encounter too many issues and can get home without any trouble. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. The internet is on life support just like me. I mean, at the price that it costs, it shouldn't be. But it is. And if I go down any more on, like, if I try to lower it, it'll just get worse. So I'm basically just trying to force it through to have enough to maintain the connection. Hello, Blake. Welcome in. How are you today, my friend? But, alright. Opening prayer done. We should get into our Bible reading. Today, the verse of the day coming from Philippians 2:3-4 from the King James Version of the Bible. Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory, but in lowness of mind let each esteem other better than themselves. Look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. Pretty good. You got an approval for a mortgage. Very nice, very nice. I'm also doing fairly well today. I got a small bump in my disability rating finally, but we're still pushing on. The fight continues with the VA to see if they will give me my 100% or not. But still a step forward, so we should take it. Got pre-approved on what you wanted. Nice. But in this is a very good verse of the day. I like this. A reminder to be humble and to not just center everything on ourselves or to do anything for strife or vainglory, but rather to do it for the right reasons and to be in the right mindset when we go about it. And that is true in all things that we do. It's not just whenever you're trying to accomplish something great. This is just something you want to practice on a day to day. But it's not something we're always good at practicing. It's easier said than done as it is. Progress is progress. Yep, that is the truth. Now, though, on to Psalms 38. The Psalms of David to bring to remembrance. O Lord, rebuke me not in thy wrath, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. For thine arrows stick fast in me, and thy hand presseth me sore. There is no soundness in my flesh because of thine anger, neither is there any rest in my bones because of my sin. For mine iniquities are gone over mine head, and as heavy a burden they are too heavy for me. My wounds stink and are corrupt because of my foolishness. I am troubled and bowed down greatly. I go mourning all the day long. For my loins are filled with a loathsome disease, and there is no soundness in my flesh. I am feeble and sore broken. I have roared by reason of the disquietness of my heart. Lord, all my desire is before thee, and my groaning is not hid from thee. My heart panteth, my strength faileth me. As for the light of mine eyes, it is also gone from me. My lovers and my friends stand aloof from my sore, and my kinsmen stand afar off. They also that seek after my life lay snares for me, and they that seek my hurt speak mischievous things, and imagine deceits all the day long. But I, as a deaf man, heard not, and I was as a dumb man that openeth not his mouth. Thus I was a man that heareth not, and in whose mouth there are no reproofs. For in thee, O Lord, do I hope. Thou wilt hear, O Lord my God. For I said, hear me, lest otherwise they should rejoice over me. When my foot slippeth, they magnify themselves against me. For I am ready to halt, and my sorrow is continually before me. For I will declare mine iniquity, and I will be sorry for my sin. But my enemies are lively, and they are strong, and they that hate me wrongfully are multiplied. They also that render evil for good are mine adversaries, because I follow the thing that good is. Forsake me not, O Lord. O my God, be not far from me. Make haste to help me, O Lord, my salvation. That is quite the psalm there, and in particular, where was it? There was one line in particular. There it is. My wounds stink and are corrupt because of my foolishness. That is an important line right there. That acknowledgement, specifically because of my foolishness. God does not bring these things on us, we bring these things on ourselves. We stumble, we fall, we make foolish decisions, and we reap the consequences. A lot of the time you'll hear people put the blame on God, where it's like, why has God done this thing to me? And no, you're approaching it from the wrong angle altogether. Be like Psalms 38 and acknowledge first that what is happening is likely attributed to something that you have done. You have done something foolish, and there are naturally consequences that follow after that. Now, it is wise that he has gone the route that he has. He has acknowledged his own failings and is asking the Lord for help, which is the correct way to do it, rather than demanding the help and putting the blame on the Lord for your own decisions in life. But and he does it several times. You see it several times. I have roared by the reason of the disquietness of my heart is kind of in a similar vein, where he's acknowledging that this is anger by the reason that his heart is troubled because of the things that he has likely already done. There's a few he acknowledges: as a deaf man he heard not, as a dumb man he did not speak. So he did not defend it, and he did not hear the things that were coming. Like there's for I will declare my iniquity, I will be sorry for my sin. There's a lot of acknowledgement in this one, which I'll be honest, some of the Psalms we don't see that. But this is a good reminder. Like, you bring the things on yourself in life with the decisions you make. But it is what it is. Now, though, we shall swap over. Let me change our category. Alright, so all of our little maps are coming along nicely. We're slowly but surely fleshing them all out. This being the only floor that we don't have largely developed yet. And part of it is because I do need to figure out the exact logistics of this stairwell coming down to the final floor where the main chamber is going to be. I do so enjoy that one. I was wondering when you were going to redeem that, Val. You didn't redeem it earlier. I was like, what's going on? But I didn't say anything. I just pushed. I kept going. But I was curious where the I'm still standing was. Let's see. So, the stairs are here. I need to figure out, because this circle is still the same size as the circle below. So, the stairs 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 feet back off of the main circle. So, here's what we need to do. First, we have need of capturing a copy of the stairwell itself. Now we need to come down here. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, hold on. Is that... Oh, it does. Huh. I hadn't even noticed that before. So it does go over the lip there a bit, but if we draw from here, we can still get the approximation. So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So, this area, give or take, would be directly above. So, then... So, here's where the stairs are above. So, here's where the stairs will be below. Okay, now I know I have a tool that lets me just straight up flip something. There it is. That flipped the whole view. That is not what we wanted. I was afraid that that might happen because sometimes I click that one instead, and I'm just like, there we go. So be here. Then that's where we need it. Alright, so that gives us our objective. The room needs to at least expand out to this way. Layer. Okay, so this layer I'm just going to give like a really simple version of the approximation of what the room is going to be in terms of shape. Obviously, this is all subject to change, and this is just a rough draft of it. It helps if I don't have that little jerk happen there. But I have a problem with doing that, and I don't know what causes it, but sometimes my hand just does that, where it doesn't want to stay steady, and it just whips to one side, and I'm like, but why? Whatever. You get what I'm trying to illustrate there. It's a very poor representation, but that is approximately what we're aiming for in terms of shape for the room. But that's just, like I said, just a simple little guide. Something to give me an approximation of what I'm aiming for, though I realized I've got this side out as far as I was intending
to, and this side I didn't get far enough out, so. What size is this thing? There we go. Nerve damage? I don't know, it might be. I suppose it could be. That would explain why sometimes it just kind of jerks like that whenever I'm trying to do stuff. But I don't know. I don't know if it would be considered nerve damage or what it would be considered, but it's inconvenient. That much I do know. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Zoom in on the central area. Getting better at using the tools in this to just like be able to rapidly move this around as I'm figuring it out. Alright, there's the stretch. There we've got our stretching, we've had our hydration. So we have done our take care of ourselves. 686 by 688. Alright, now. Thank you for the anti-gremlin stance. That is actually something that I have a habit of doing, especially while I'm working on this. Because I feel like I need to lean in to see better for some reason, even though it doesn't do anything to improve my vision. Bring that out to this side. Make sure that that's correct. It's not. Okay. So then, now is the risky part. Because I could just, like, I want to paint, just do the paint bucket, but if I do it like this, if I'm not careful, I'll end up painting this in as well, and if I do that, that's gonna be a pain in the butt, because it's not what we're trying to do. See? Just like that. So here's what we're gonna do, actually, instead. We need to break all of these lines off. That tool is way too large. You're covered in chigger bites? That's always fun. Alright, Blake, hopefully the call is not too unpleasant. We shall be here when you return. Slowly but surely, we'll get all these lines broken off, then we can start painting without too much concern. Since our main concern is just we don't want to get rid of the circle that we already have so far, because that is correctly done. Okay, there we go. Hopefully, that should be sufficient. Or not. So that was utterly pointless. And I don't understand why. There it is. That's why it was pointless, I think. Nope, still doing that. Why are you still doing that? I don't know why it's doing that. I've broken all the lines, so it shouldn't be able to just transfer over, but it is. It's found like little pathways that it's still connected through, which is just not correct. It's making connections, even though there's no reason for it to. Okay, well, if it wants to do it this way, so be it. At least I'll still only have to paint the outer ring. Since it's finding its way through magical non-existent paths that it's claiming it has. We now have no choice but to ensure that there's nowhere for it to have these magically sudden paths to use. Thankfully, since this has been made the way that I've made this, we can actually just do this, because it's not technically a circle, it's just vaguely shaped like a circle, but it is made up of straight lines because it's all pixels. So I can actually follow and use the paint tools straight line option to just kind of paint as we go. So it is thinning out the lines a little bit here and there, which I'm not super fan of. But it's not terrible. I can fix it later. And if I do it like this and just a bit more manually control it, I can limit how often it's doing that as well, so. Alright. Okay. Now, theoretically, it should work. Hallelujah. So, please let me. Okay, hold on. It's doing the thing. Send it again. On a different area, click back in. See, there we go. Alright, there we go. So, that gets the main, like, central part of the chamber laid out. And now we just need to get the 2 extension zones out on either side. Which means... do something like that first. I'm realizing I can't paint this all black right now, because if I do paint this all black, it's going to absorb this. And I don't want it to do that. So, I need to think of a solution. For now, we can just... Captain Gremlin.
Also, I was supposed to turn that off a while ago, wasn't I? Dagnabbit, I forgot to do the thing. Hello, Sayori the Lurker. You're not very much living up to your name right now, are you? But welcome in, my friend. How are you? Alright, so then we go down here. Let's see, how many tiles out was that? 2, 4, 6, 8, just about. Uncle Dan. I see how it is. It's all just to hear me make the funny stretch, huh? This is so sad. Let's see now, zoom in. Now why is that like that? Are you thinking that you spoke to me on Steph's server? Because while I do believe I am on Steph's server, I'm not very active. I don't tend to be active on hardly any server, even my own server for the most part, because I honestly often forget that Discord is a thing outside of using it for like calls and whatnot. But you have potentially seen me in a oh, we didn't mean to do that. Raiding Steph from time to time. Wrong button. Now it's too small. Or it's too far down now. Curses. Goodness gracious. Alright, we're back. Good lord. It's twice in less than an hour. And they have the audacity to charge me an arm and a leg for this service. And they can't even maintain it. It's not even a stormy day or something where, you know, like at least they might have an excuse on a day where it's storming. But no, it's a perfectly lovely day outside. They're just incompetent. Which is deeply frustrating. Is it satellite? No, it's not. If it was satellite, I'd almost accept the excuse, but it's not even satellite. It's just Cox is not very good at their job. They have one job, which is to provide internet, and they can't do it. They'll charge an arm and a leg, but they won't do their job because they have unfairly bullied out all of their competition in my local area and have enforced a soft monopoly. So they're basically the only ISP that you can get any service from out here. Okay, that looks about right. And down here I can actually do this. Because we don't have those stairs over here that we're worried about. We can just paint this whole zone in right out the gate. There we go. Bring it around to the other side. Get that all sorted. There we go. So. Okay, yeah, so I did bring the border too much over on this side. There we go. That gets that hard line reestablished on that side. This is only, like I said, this is going to be the only side that I'm worried about, and it's just because I went and I put those stairs in already, and I should have held off, is what I should have done. But I didn't, you see. Which is where I made a terrible, horrible, most awful mistake. I guess I could just paint over it and then we'll just repair it later. Probably my best bet. Okay, make sure that we're pressed right up to the border on either side. There we go. Oh, I see what's going on. It's like, why isn't this working? One, two, three. About 4. Okay, zoom in, make sure that that's pressed up against it. It's 1 too high, so bring it down 1. Still 1 too high. Is it too high up here, maybe? There we go. Let in 1 on that side, and we're good. Well, hopefully, Blake, things will go smoothly this time for you, my friend. Keep us updated. Alright. There we go. Okay, so now I can delete the invisible guideline layer that we were using. We can just develop from here. I'm also kind of realizing this now looks a bit like one of the unknowns from Pokemon, which was not my intention. But it is what has happened here. Looks a little bit like them. And now I'll never be able to unsee it. I've been doomed with yet more forbidden knowledge. Okay, get a measurement on this one. Thought I was using a 10 wide, but I guess not. Wait, hold on. No. Go back to that and then do that. Oh no, I immediately did the thing. Trying to get the exact measure. Okay, it was 353. We need to bring it down by 6. So down to the 7 mark, right there. Don't like that that's a 601. It's an odd number, which frustrates me because it shouldn't be. $356 by. Oh, wait, hold on, because wasn't it different on the top? Okay, there we go. So this is another situation where they're not the same. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy that. Why does it have that? It selected the soft border on it, didn't it? Son of a gun. Are you kidding me? Is that why it was inaccurate? Because it's incorrectly selecting areas that I don't actually have selected? Oh, it does. I don't know why. Okay, that's very similar to what it was before. So that's just gonna have to. That's gonna have to do. It's gonna have to be close enough, because otherwise, I'm just gonna be sitting here losing my mind for no reason. Okay. Zoom in, check those borders, make sure we got it selected correctly. Okay, that's good. It's a little bit sloppier up here, but I'm going to have to assume. Okay, it is that it's one off. Bring it in by one. So it's definitely wrong on this side. Still not right. That's much better. Okay. Bring that one into there. Okay, apparently I need to zoom in to get this one, because I can't get it precise enough. It won't go down just one. There we go. Good lord. Okay. I did it before I scooted it back from the border. I was like, wait, that doesn't look right. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay. So, at least that's gotten us a fair bit further forward. What is this map for? It's for the D&D campaign. This is part of the dungeon I'm working on. I should not go too much deeper with that, so that I don't risk revealing anything. If you wish for more knowledge on it, Valmont, and don't worry and are not concerned about spoiling yourself, then you can DM me and I can tell you a little bit more about what we're working on here. I just don't want to say too much in the VODs and end up revealing something that I'm not intending to reveal yet. DM me, cool. Okay, now we're also going to thicken this line right here. We don't need to, but we're going to just because I'm painfully aware of it being off. There we go. All right. Now, the only thing that I'm worried about is because I'm going to do the circular floor pattern going out. One, that's going to take a bit. Two, and the bigger concern is when I get to this area, how do I transition it away from it? Because then it needs to be going normal here and then slight curve here again, which is going to be interesting. That's not going to be super easy to just transition essentially a stone tile format out of the round into a squared and then back into a round without it looking kind of funky. So that one's going to take some thinking because I haven't figured that out yet. And something tells me that's going to be my biggest conundrum working on this area. It's just going to be how do I transition it from one to the other and then back to one. Setting stuff up on the other end. So let's see. All right, so good thing is, since we do have the circle reestablished, that means I can just expand it the way that I did before, which actually gave some nice, good lines. But it does mean I need to find out what was the gap I was using. Okay, so 30. Okay. That's not too bad. I can work with that. Did I drag it out that far? Because I don't think I did, but maybe I did on autopilot. Who knows? Hmm. I think that line just got damaged, I think. Yeah, it's just too thin there. Okay. I was wondering why it looked that way. Okay. $625 by $624. Push that out to $655 on that side, out to $685 on this side. $654 down here and $684 up here. All right. And then, no, wait, I don't need to take the measurement because I already know what it is. It's going to be retracted in by 3. I'm just gonna have to back it out to there and then we'll do it again because I feel like I did it wrong there. Why is it 685 by 685 all of a sudden? You know what? We're just gonna pretend that it didn't happen and we're gonna treat that as normal. It is a perfectly circular circle once again. And no one needs to know. Except for me. So I'm going to know, and it's going to drive me insane. But there's no undoing it now. There technically is, but we're not going to because it's not worth it. Okay. Expand the circle back out to its appropriate size. Zoom back in. Take the deeper gray. Paint that border. Take that color back. And we carry on. We'll make like the separate tiling here shortly. But for now, we're just going to worry about getting the rings established. That way I've got my grid to work with, you know? 685, we're going to bump that out by 30. Bump this side out by 30, up to 640 or 745. Wait, hold on though. I think I took that one side out too much, didn't I? No, wait, no. Should be out to 715. Second guessing my own math out here. Not that that's that surprising. My math has never been that good. So if anyone's mathematics should be second guessed, it's mine. Even if it's simple addition being done on the fly, it's probably got a statistically decent chance of being wrong. There we go. Yes, you did, but it's all simple mathematics. I'm just trying to do quick addition in my head. Trying to make sure I don't mess these rings up. We already technically messed it up once, but I'm willing to accept the mess up because it makes it back into a perfectly circular circle. So I'm willing to accept that. There we go. Actually, though, we're going to back it up and then just do it correctly. Make sure, there we go. I don't know what happened there, but looks like we're going to be doing some border cleaning. Yeah, it happened in a couple of spots. That's strange. It never did that before. Yeah, it did it on all sides. I wonder if that's to do with me having offset it by 1 to get it back to a perfect circle. That's probably what it is. So here's what we're going to do then. A small price to pay to get back to perfect circularness. This side is the only side where it's not like real noticeable. You can't really tell that it happened on this side. Yes, Uncle Dan is correct. He helped me immensely with getting the central area done. It would have taken me ages longer to have eventually gotten the math sorted out for this. It would have been brutal. Hold on, I wonder, can I just... Oh, no, because it doesn't know which way I want it to do that, does it? So it's just going to bump it out on both ends. Okay. So, then we take this side out to 775. Bring this side out to 805. See, like I said, for this part of the chamber, the only part that's going to be difficult is this zone. Because I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with it. Because we're going to be going from round to square to round, and I'm not entirely sure how to transition the tile in that area to make it make sense, you know? The only thing I can think of is I might... Ooh, wait, no, I've had an idea. I know exactly what I'm going to do. Don't worry, chat, I've came up with an idea. I shall reveal it when we get there. Bring that down to 802, bring that down to 799. Then bump those back out to their original points. Then zoom in. Select that one. Dump it in there. Boom. She can't type on the fly. But she is a good writer. I'd say she's probably a fair bit better at writing than I am. My writing has a long ways to go. Cooperate! Give me the one. There we go. Good lord. When you're this zoomed out, it gets a little bit finicky trying to get, like, whenever you're just wanting it to go up one. And suddenly it just wants to fight you tooth and nail every step of the way, and you're like, but why? Just give me one in one direction. 62 into 59. Come on. Come on. It's doing it again. Okay, listen here, you no good for nothing little rat. I will have perfection. Nobody can stop me. There. Stinking things out here just like, no, I don't want to go down one. Okay, there we go. My goodness, Uncle Dan, you got an inside connection there. I bet you could even get a signed copy. Who knows, that might be worth its weight in gold one day. Oh, thank goodness. Just cooperate. What? You heard it here first, everyone. You heard it here first. She's actually said it. Someone quote that. Someone take a picture of that. Someone screenshot that. We need that. That is law now. If you finish it by next year, like, this is official. You have to start streaming now. She said it here first, everybody. Quick, clip it. Clip it. I need evidence of this so she can't back out of it. Got a picture? Alright, good stuff, good stuff. As much evidence as we can, that way she can't get out of this one. It's too late now. We have her now. She will become a streamer. It is only a matter of time. I predicted it as such. The befriending streamer to becoming streamer pipeline never fails. Come on. It won't cooperate. Okay, we're gonna zoom in. We're just gonna zoom in. Whatever. I like it when I don't have to zoom in because it makes it easier. But sometimes I just, you know what? Sometimes you gotta zoom in. Sometimes you gotta zoom in. It is what it is. Sent a DM in Discord. Oh my goodness, did you get the evidence? Oh yeah. Let's go. We've got physical evidence, or digital evidence, I guess, but it's not technically physical, I suppose, but it's close enough. Of course, you know what that means. Now that she said it, she can't pivot this on me. Now we get to shout her out. I was curious what it would say if you're shouting out someone with Frosty without them actually having any streams for it to work on. That's interesting. I like it. Come join the fray, indeed. Victory is mine. It's doing it again, son of a gun. Come on, just give me the one. It's not fair. There we go. There we go. Corky, thank you for the lurk, my friend. No, don't shout out the coffee bot.
Yeah, I was trying to prevent that, but it's fine. Oh, I found it! Discovery! Hey, woo 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 woo! Okay.
There we go. Then scoot those borders back out to where they were. Hold on. Oh no. Did it really do the thing? Okay, back it up then. That's what we'll do. It's alright. We can fix this. Hello, Berlin. How are you doing? Wait, what? Oh. That was visually very confusing. You know what, we're just gonna... I feel like I did something wrong there. I don't think I actually did anything wrong there. I think I just let myself get into my own head just there, and for some reason I thought that I had done it incorrectly, so... How am I doing other than the fact that I keep hunching over, which I'm trying not to do, and then I have to remind myself not to do it? Doing well. But I have a habit whenever I start working on art, I like lean forward. Like I do whenever I'm playing a game. Which is unintentional, but it does happen. So I keep like having to manually remind myself to like, hey, wait, nope, straighten your back out a little bit. There we go. Oh, I totally did do that wrong, though, didn't I? I totally did. Or maybe not, but... I really gotta stop getting in my own head. I think I've done this one several times now, and I've probably done it correctly each time, and then have redone it because I got in my own head and was like, no, it's wrong. And then I redid it. And I'm just like, but wait. There we go. Not good for your old spine? I know. That's why I keep trying to remind myself not to do it. It's literally a redeem because I do it so frequently. But it's one of those things where it's like, it's very easy for me to forget about it because I'm just, I'm trying to like look closer at what I'm doing, even though I could just zoom in more and more. But that's not how the human brain works. Human brain doesn't have a zoom in option, so in your head you have to get closer to the screen to see it up closer. There we go, got the 15. Up this side out to a 45. Also, the fact that you said mon, which I assume you were trying to say man, but for whatever reason, when I read it like that, it suddenly made the entire message read in my brain the way Boomhauer would say it versus how I'm certain that that's not what you were trying to say it that way, but that's the way my brain read it. You suddenly became Boomhauer there for a minute, and I was just like, what happened? Berlin Boomhauer. An unexpected turn of events, to be certain. Your new nickname. Berlin Boomhauer. Uncle Dan redeemed Boomhauer, but where is it? One second, let me go check my alerts. Sound alerts, are you not operating? What's going on here? Uh-oh. Sound alerts is taking an inordinately long time to log in. There it goes. Now it's up. Refresh the browser source. Huh. It's not actually showing that in the activity feed, which is unusual. Let me try something here. One moment. I don't think I did see the take care of myself about half an hour ago, so I shall do both of them now. But one moment, because I am trying to figure out why that Boomhauer didn't go through. It should have, but it didn't for some reason, which is unacceptable. It's not allowed.
Some of them will do my on a dang old human, man. Boy, I tell you what, I get a goddamn superhuman, innovative, animated, dang old rubber, so that anything you say is ricocheting back at you, man. Devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to get a dang old audience of feeling like it's letter faded like a farmer's tan, man. I tell you what, here's getting worked up, complain hot like propane, Boomhauer spitting them facts, man, spinning them rhymes like a dang old tornado, jib jabbing like it just ain't no thing. Why be a god and not a dang old king?
Indeed. I don't know why that was so delayed. It's normally not delayed like that, but like a little delay, sure, but I've never had it go for 2 minutes before it sent it, which is very unusual. All right, there. I took an extra long swig and an extra long stretch for you. So, my apologies for not noticing sooner. No, it wasn't your stream delay. Normally it fires it pretty quick, but that was like a 2-minute delay on it sending. And that was with me having popped over to the site to make sure that it was actually working, because I was like, that's not right. Very unusual. It normally, like I said, it normally doesn't delay that long. Every once in a while I'll get a delay, but normally it's like 30, 40 seconds. At most. I've never seen a delay that much, which is worrying. Don't like when when stuff I use doesn't work correctly. It's disconcerting, to say the least. Push that side out to 1075 now, though. You've not heard that one before? It is a good one. It at one point it was probably the most popular redeem, but I'd say probably now the Christian
Deliver me
Kirby
from mine
is.
enemies, O my God.
Yep, speak now.
Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
How's it going? It's going well. We're just working on this map for my D&D campaign. It's a slow and meticulous process, but I am happy that it is coming together. I just hope that the party appreciates it, because this has been an undertaking. Like, in my head, this was going to be way easier. And then, in reality, it has ended up just being, like, I'll put it this way, it's been a stellar learning experience for learning how to do this program. And, like, certain tactics I can use in the future to make this process a wee bit smoother. The biggest one being, I don't know if I'm going to make round dungeons too often, because it's way more time consuming to make a round environment than it is to make squared environments. But I am committed. We shall get it done, no matter what. Yeah, Berlin, I love that video. It's way too funny. Wait, I thought I fixed that, didn't I? Why is that? Why are you the way you are, huh? I already came through here and fixed this. You're not allowed to still be broken over here. Okay, looks like we got it again, but... No. Okay, push this out to 35. The most used convex polygons to do dungeons? Yeah. Yeah. See, but I also haven't used any of the traditional tools for producing my dungeon. I've just... This is an image manipulation program. It's not even technically an art program. I've just bent it to my will and have made it into an art program, whether it likes it or not. But this is normally for, like, editing images. I just have decided I will not use it for such. And I didn't use any of, like, the fancy websites that exist that will, like, help auto-make one. I was just... I'm bent on making my own from the ground up. So, that is what I've done. Like Photoshop? Yes, this is like Photoshop. I'm essentially using a Photoshop program that has a couple of extra tools. And I have, as I said, bent it to my will, whether it liked it or not. Fish, oh dear. Okay, it fired off the Christian Kirby immediately. Why does it not? I don't know what's up with sound alerts today, guys. It's firing off some of the redeems immediately, other ones it's delaying.
Uncle Dan, why? What did I do? I'm just working on my map, enjoying myself, and then you sabotage me in this most foul of fashions. Still hasn't fired off that Fisher Dame. What? There it is. I'm gonna beat sound alerts up. It's not allowed to just pick and choose which ones it fires off immediately and which ones it doesn't. It's not how this works, sound alerts. We have a deal. Alright, so. Now, technically speaking, there's not enough space for this next row. But I have need of it for setting up the rest of the place the way I intend to. So, we shall once again bend it to our will, and we shall make this happen, and most of this will be gone later, but... So almost all the work I'm about to do is going to be work that no one will see once it's done. But that is okay. Hold on, we're actually going to back that up because I think I was doing that wrong. Bump that one out to 95. Bump this one out 95. Oh, I see what I had done. I see what I did. New problem. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. Now that I'm looking at it, that is not necessary, and it's just going to cause more work for me in the long run. So, here's what we're going to do instead. Push that to there. Bring this over to here. Good, good. All according to plan. I take care of myself, I see how it is. I see how it is. You want the squeaky stretch? I see how it is. I hope you're quite pleased with yourself. Actually, I'm even now realizing I don't need to do that much. I guess I could. It's not a big deal if I do it that way, but why not, I suppose. We'll maintain it this way. Okay, so here's our plan. A devious little scheme to overcome the issue of the floor transitioning from one tile type to another tile type. And that is, these are going to be raised areas. So this is lifted up, there will be a small stair that'll lead down into the main area. And then I don't have to worry about it. It's like magic, you see. How could it be? Okay, this is... Okay, so it's just up here where there's that slight gap, which I think might actually... The easiest fix will just be to paint that section black. Oh. Oh. Because I didn't do that. There we go. Now the floating selection has been made solid. There we go. Well, at least it looks less like an unknown now. I don't see the unknown as readily as I did whenever all of the circle was black. Because at that point, it looked very much like the unknown Pokemon and drove me insane. But everything makes me go insane, so that's alright. Just happens. As unfortunate as it is. Hold on, I need to check something. So, here, we had something similar. And well, I made those 3. 3 and a 12. Okay. So that's what we'll do here. That way we can maintain consistency throughout our map design. It would be more efficient and faster if I wasn't doing it this way, but I have to be zoomed in so that way I make sure I'm actually putting these precisely where I intend to. And then we will copy it, we will paste it, and we shall move it down. Okay, so there, it's perfectly up against it, and then we push it out until it hits 12. Like that. However, that looks odd. That almost looks too thick for like a banister. That is what I did.
That was 10 minutes. So, that was precisely when we needed to end it. Thank you for saying something, Berlin. Alright. No, that'll probably work. It should be okay. And then here's what we shall do. Zoom back in. Take that as our sample, drag it all the way across. Paste it there. And just like that. Double cheeseburgers are worth 50 cents at McDonald's today. I wonder if that's a local thing. I moved it up 1, too many. I've seen that now. There we go. National Cheeseburger Day? Huh. See, I went there earlier today. I normally don't, but I actually went there and got double cheeseburgers, but they weren't 50 cents. It would have made my price a fair bit lower. I wonder if the one that I went to is just not doing that. I wonder. Maybe that's the case. If that's the case, how rude. How wooed. Hmm. Or maybe it's only at like a certain part of the day. It's 177. Might be an app thing as well. That's true. Apps are a very common workaround nowadays for stuff like that because they want to drive you to use their stuff. So that could be it as well. Why is it trying to go that way? Think you need the app for it? Ah, that makes more sense then. How wide are these again? They're 3, I think, is what I've done. Yes, okay. Also, I'm just now realizing. Okay, that's slightly smaller. That'll work. Gonna go to McDonald's? Well, you better make sure that it's not that you need the app, because if you need the app, you may want to get that before you go. As it would be a great shame to go for that and then have to pay full price because you don't have the app. You've got the app, you always use it? Okay, fair enough. I'm hesitant to give companies my personal data so readily sometimes, but at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like, they probably already can get access to it really easily, so I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Well, that worked out perfectly. Holy moly. I'll be. That was unexpectedly successful. So copy that, paste that, then why did it change the? Why did it rotate the entire image? That's I'm fairly certain I had said to do that to the other one, but it's just the image. Why is it flipping the entire one? There we go. Just like that. So that gets the two primary parts of the raised areas lifted up to where they need to be, which means now I can do the rings and push those back, and that won't be so noticeable. And then we just add stairs to either side, and that will be the vast majority of this area done. Still begs the question, how am I going to sort out the grid system? Because I gotta figure out how to superimpose a grid above it. In a way where it doesn't impose on the map, but is able to be seen. That way it can be used as guidelines. And it's taking a really long time on that sound alert. What is going on with sound alerts today? It hasn't even detected it on sound alerts. It's just not picking it up at all. Been 3 minutes since that was redeemed, and sound alerts has not played it. Hold on. Refresh the alerts. Already refresh sound alerts on their end. What on God's green earth is wrong with this thing? Between my stream disconnecting and now sound alerts acting up, I'm starting to get a little bit fed up with tech today. It should be working. I'm not even aware of them having done like any kind of an update recently, so it's just arbitrarily choosing not to work. If it doesn't play it in another minute, and I'm going to refund you those points. It ain't fair that it's doing that. That's not what it's supposed to be doing, and it knows better, but it's not doing it anyway. I didn't know I could do that. I just accidentally discovered that. That was unusual. Okay, yeah, it still hasn't played it. Hold on, let me... Why is it doing this today? Also silly that I can't access that. Normally I have to do this by opening up another tab and then go to my own channel, and then I have to open up mod view because for some reason mod view has the ability to refund, but the The stream management overview for the streamer does not have that as an option. There's actually quite a number of tools that are not readily available to the streamer, but are to the moderators, which is very peculiar. I don't entirely understand it. Hold on, clearing out a backlog because this hasn't been cleared out in a while. So there's like 700 requests that have been done that have not been marked as approved. And I'm wondering if maybe they've got something to do with it. Hmm. Okay, well, I think I got that sorted, but Uncle Dan, you have your points back. My apologies that it is not working correctly today. Why am I on the Zoom tool still? So it's 16 right now, which means I need to move it up. Measurement, see where that is now. 25 needs to move up another 5. Make sure that's lined up on both sides. It is. Good stuff. Which means now I can do that, and then that, and then helps if I swap colors again. All right. Now we need to go up another 30 from here. It's all right, but it's just one of those things, like, it's part of the stream. You get them for being here, for hanging out. It's not right for it to essentially have stolen your points, even if you're not paying money for it. Like, you still earned those points. They're still yours. And so if it does that, I'm going to do my best to get the points refunded whenever possible, because it's not fair otherwise. Squeaky stretches and all. Are we still squeaky? No, okay, we swapped back. I don't know, when you said that, it made me wonder for a minute. I was like, wait, hold on. Am I still squeaking? Okay, bump it out to 94. Still centered. Good stuff. Well, I'm glad you enjoy stream. I certainly am pleased to hear that you're enjoying yourself, and I'm always happy to see when you come in. It's always good fun. What is going on right there? Why did it not? What? That's weird. I don't know why it struggled with that. Hmm. Okay, went over this way one. That's what I thought. There we go. Back out to there. Do that. And it's doing it anyway. That is unusual, and I don't understand why it's doing that. I'm also now realizing that this system is perhaps not entirely functional this way. The curve isn't the same since I'm doing it this way. I wonder. Of course, I don't really have a choice. There's no other good way for me to do this, because if I try to drive it out from there, it's gonna, well... No, because if I just start here and start expanding it normally, then it won't look correct. It'll be wrong. But maybe if... Maybe if I just do it like this. We'll see how that works. There we go. Now it's doing that way sooner. Don't know why it's doing that. But we shall push on and see how it looks at the next ring. And it's still doing that. And it's like making the line thinner too. I wonder if I'm gonna have to do this by hand, maybe? But I don't know yet. I know what I can do. I know what I'm doing that's doing it wrong now. So we'll Yeah, that's not gonna work either. I guess I'm just gonna have to do straight lines across because I cannot figure out how to get this to set up in the way that I want it to. Or maybe if we do something like this, and then what if we come down 30? So to... No, because that's still going to be producing the same issue where I'm going to have too thin of a line at one area and it's not going to be perfectly round. Unless, hold on, what if... It's at, what, 587 before? Hold on, put it back and then... So maybe if I bring it in 15 on both sides, maybe that'll get it to do a consistent shrinking if we're doing it down by 30 and then just slowly draw it in, I wonder. Of course, if I'm going to do it that way, that's also going to require that I'm going to do it the other way around, but I can figure that out. That's okay. So we'll go back to that. I can't do that color though, can I? Because if I pull away now it's going to have black all the way up to the edge. No, wait, no, the other way would work still. Okay. So if I do 15 on every side, do you think that will shrink the circle in the right way? As we draw it in. I think I came away too far on this side. I think the math was done incorrectly in my head. Also, apparently we need to go back to this anyway and Wait a minute, why is that not... Instead of a solid color, maybe you use a gradient. So I don't know how to make a gradient in this particular program, but I also... There's also the problem where if the colors are even slightly too close to each other, and then you try to do a paint bucket option, it'll sometimes paint into those similar colors anyway. Even though you can see that they are visibly different colors, it can't really tell. So it's one of those, like, you gotta be careful trying to do that. Because it could still very easily backfire on you. And my main issue right now is more just trying to get this, to get the shape that I'm wanting it to do, is my issue. The way I was doing it before wasn't going to work. That looks better, though. That looks like that might actually work. So if we do it that way... Hold on, back it up. So it needs to come down to... It's at 308. Need to bring it down to 305. I don't know if adjusting that line is really doing what I'm hoping it's doing, but got no real choice but to maintain the system. That way, hopefully, I do not break anything. Okay, now take that darker gray. That's really thin. So I think I still have to bring it 30 down rather than trying to split the difference. So it needs to come in 30 in every direction. Because otherwise, I'm getting these half spaces by the look of it. Hold on, let's check though before I do anything irrational. Okay, I'm right. So it does need to come in 30, so I can't split the difference. I had it correct before I started trying to split the difference. Well, that's not what I wanted to do at all. I've made this much harder on myself than was necessary, but... Let's bring that down to 08. Bring that to 78. Bring that to 59. Bring that to 29. Hold on, don't touch that. I almost just did the thing. Bring that down to 75. Six. Bring that side to 3. Bring that side to 2. That's not right. This side didn't go out far enough. But now I need to zoom in and check. Okay, cool. Times when made things a lot harder for yourself without experience. Couldn't find a proper shortcut either. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm doing it this way, where it's just like I'm trying to learn along the way. So that way, in the future, I can use these skills towards other projects. Bring that down to 48. Down to 18. Bring that down to, let's see, that'd be 89, I think. Or 99. No, because 99 would just be taking out the 20, so it's 89. It's gotta be. And if I'm wrong, then feel free to point out that I am stupid and I don't know how to do math. And that is alright, because it is an accurate assessment. I was wrong. I was right the first time, and then I second guessed myself and it backfired. This side did come in 10 too much. There we go. And now we have fixed it. So this is working. This is working much better than it was before. Because before, it wasn't working. Bring that down to 88. Up to 58. Into 39. Bring it into 09. Down to 55, up to 49. Wait. No, to 52. Into 46, into 403. Back to 55. Wait. Hold on. Okay. Keep having those little jerks, and it ends up pulling it in too much. It's undoing my work. Having to like double and triple check now to make sure I'm not accidentally doing myself over here. Wait, what? That was strange. It's not how it should have worked, even if I had clicked on the wrong spot, so I don't know why it did it that way. That was very unusual. Very peculiar. Bring that down to 28. Bring that up to 88. Wait, hold on. I think I did that math wrong. I definitely did. I brought it in 10 too much again. Or did I? Hold on. No, okay, I did. I brought it in 10 too much before. I don't know if it would be worth trying to do another ring, because it might pull it in so tight. I mean, we'll see. I don't think it's going to be worth it, though. Yeah, with how close that brings that in, that's... Do we think that we should do a ring here? Or maybe not, because I feel like that's just going to be such a tight line that it's almost not even going to be perceptible most of the time. But it is technically correct, because it does maintain the 30 by 30, like the 30 width on each tile, just making this tile particularly thin. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a mock-up of it, and if it looks bad, we'll get rid of it. Yeah, I think that's a bit too much. I feel like that doesn't look very good, but what do you guys think? Should we keep that innermost ring? So I will do broken up ones, kind of like how we've done down here, where there's the... This is where I mostly do the damage shows, though, is in the tile like this, because these ones are the guiding ones that I kind of need. That way I can make sure the room is all broken out correctly. But, what do we think? What do we think? Do we like that ring or nah? 'Cause I'm torn on it. On the one hand, it does maintain the system. But on the other hand, I feel like it's just too thin. It almost makes it, like, pop that it's that thin. It looks iffy. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I don't feel like it looks good. What if we... like that? I feel that looks better, you know?
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
It played that time. It fired that off instantly. I don't know what happened earlier. But yeah, I think that does look better. I feel like that comes out much more cleanly, you know, than how it was before. It's also now occurring to me I could... do this, and then we'll zoom in here. No. But why? Why is it like that? It shouldn't be like that. But it is like that. Which means it's now required that I do this. It's a bit too far. There we go. Okay. I don't think it's noticeable. Why does this line look thicker than the others? Because it is. I don't think I'm ever going to recover from this one. Why? No one would notice. No one would notice. They wouldn't know. I know. That's the key. I know. And it actually is kind of noticeable. Like, you can kind of tell that one, just even from a distance, it just looks a little bit off. It looks a little bit too thick. But here's the good thing. Because of how I did this, there's an easy enough solution all we gotta do is offset all of them by 1. And we only have to do it on one side. We just have to do it on this side because this one was distinctly the incorrect size because it's close up to a banister. So, I made these ones deliberately thinner, which also means it gives me room. It gives me wiggle room. And that's all I need. I just need the wiggle room. Of course, now all I have to do... No, give me that back. And here's the best part. Watch. Watch as I seamlessly shift the entire floor 1 tile over without having to do an absolutely massive amount of work. And now we take the measurement. So long as this does not exceed 27, it works. It doesn't exceed 27, so it worked. Now I just have to do it to the other side. I'm so glad that I did this. I'm so glad I did a compressed tile up against this one because it gave me room to work. I'm so glad I did it that way. At first, I wasn't sure about it. But now that I've done it, and now that it's saved my butt from having to do all of this over, I am so glad that I did it. It's the first time that one of like my little strats that I did actually paid off and resulted in it working out for me. That's my first like preventative measure that I've done that has worked on this project so far. And I'm positively thrilled. Because that's all I needed. I only needed one of them to work once for it all to have been worth it. And because of it, it also doesn't look totally terrible that it still kind of looks abysmal that it's circular tile right up until it hits here and then it just abruptly stops and then goes to a square. But it doesn't look positively horrific. And that's enough for me. I was afraid it was going to look way worse than it does. But right now, this is a tolerable degree of looking bad. I can work with this level of it doesn't look quite right. And now that I'm thinking about it, originally I put the stairs just centered here, which means that it was off kilter, because I can't actually have a tile be, or a stair be perfectly centered in a slot, because that means it'd be half into one tile, half into another. Take care of myself, alright. It's been 3 hours. What? Hold on, what? We were at an hour a minute ago. What happened? Where have I been for the last hour? Psalms 51:10. Alright, let me pull that up on my phone. I legitimately didn't realize that it had been 2 hours. Or rather, that we were 3 hours in. I just straight up was utterly unaware until just now. I looked over and saw the time and was like, wait, what? 51:10. There we go. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Was that the one you were looking for, Berlin? I do quite like that. It's a good one. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. That is good. That is quite a good one. I do approve. Okay, so guys, remember this map. This is just the little side view that I had done that shows the general layout, you know? And I've done a solid dark gray on the outside of it. Do we think that would look good here? Or should I maintain the grid? Because I feel like the grid is going to have to be redone one way or the other. Like, I don't think there's any way for me to avoid that at this point. Just because of how I did it initially. It's been helpful for laying this out and getting it all, like, perfectly centered. But do we think just, like, a dark gray around it would look better? And I would do that for each of the floors. And then we'll just redo a grid at a later date when the tiles are all designed and everything. I'm curious. Here's what we're gonna do. Copy everything. Create from the clipboard. Here, we'll hand do the ones that are close to the edge. I'm gonna do an example, and then I want you all to let me know which one you think visually looks nicer. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Glad I did it that way, and I'm so glad that there's an undo button. If there weren't an undo button, I would lose my mind working on this project. And I would have given up ages ago. Because every time I make a misclick like that, if it were just a permanent, like, I messed it all up, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I couldn't handle it. Like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. Ain't that the truth? We are still standing, and it is a great thing, because holy moly, there have been a couple of moments where I have almost royally messed something up and just would have lost my mind. Okay. Now we can do it in mass. Which song is that? Oh, Elton John, I'm Still Standing. All right. So, which looks better, do you think? Just a solid gray background or the grid background? Also, I used to play on Microsoft Paint when I was little. Had so much fun drawing mustaches on actresses. See, I never actually worked with any of this stuff whenever I was younger. So I'm kind of figuring these things out as I'm going right now. The grid is definitely useful for whenever I'm trying to design areas, I'll admit that. But I could also get that by figuring out how to turn on the grid that the system has, but which do you think looks better? I almost prefer this just because I feel like it's a little easier to focus in on it, but it also, I don't know, makes it feel almost small to me. Which it isn't small. Like, this is occupying most of this entire frame still, but like, why does it look small? You know? Whereas this one almost feels too cluttered and too hard to like tell what you're supposed to be looking at. Because I kind of liked how that was here. Because you could do it, you know, you could. It could also be done like that, but I feel like that looks way worse. Like, it makes it way harder to tell what you're looking at than how it is normally, you know? But I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. I'm leaning towards this, though. I think that's what we're probably going to end up going with, but that won't be until a final stage. I won't make it like this kind of a background until everything is done in a on a map, because, like I said, those pre-existing grids I have are actually really helpful for me kind of like lining things up in accordance with a certain thing. But I am leaning towards just a solid background. And then we'll figure out how to get a grid superimposed on top. Of course, I also am now thinking about the fact that if I do get a grid in here that's superimposed by the system, what on God's green earth am I going to do if this is all off? Because if it's all off, I'm going to lose my mind. Like, that'll be it. I'll just mentally snap on the spot. A good time when you're here, you have a good time when you're here. Well, I'm certainly glad that you enjoy your time here, my friend. That is the main objective, is that that everyone enjoy themselves when they're here. I do think that's what we're gonna go with. I think we're gonna do this dark background. Because like I said, I feel like this one, it makes it kind of hard to tell what you're supposed to be focusing on. The black lines help to kind of center, like, hey, this is the area. But the grid just, I feel like, distracts too much, you know? You know? If you know, you know, you know? That being said, I do still have a plan for this side also. Why? It's noticeable because it did that on literally every single ring. Why did it do it on every ring going out from there? Did it do it on... It did do it on the other side too. Except for that ring. It did it normally there. Did it do it normally on the final ring for this one? No. So I must have done the circles wrong. Man, it's always something. It's always something. No, here's what we're gonna do. I feel like that's also kind of noticeable, but hopefully less so. Nope, it's still noticeable. Crap. It's not one thing, it's another. What does that do? Okay, so that makes it like that. So we'll. I've got it on the wrong one. That explains it. I was like, why does it look like that? Hmm. I swore I heard someone knocking on my door there for a minute. And I'm not expecting nothing, so that always makes me suspicious. It's still kind of noticeable that I went through and did that, but like. Used to be this Christian band back in the day called the W's, and all you remember is "You are the devil and you are bad." What? We're just gonna get rid of that. It's same on this side. We're just gonna push. Which means, first of all, oh, that's why. I was like, why is that look like that? Because that's not how it's supposed to be. Your dad used to listen to him? Well, fair enough. That is a funny line, though. It's a little on the nose. You are the devil and you are bad. Ah, tinnitus. That's always fun. I don't know where that just came from. Just minding my own business. At least that was a pretty short round of it. Tinnitus, just that ringing in the ear. Occasionally just happens. That high pitch, like almost the squealing sound, like what you'd expect a microphone to make whenever it starts doing feedback. Just out of nowhere. Make that one particularly damaged. Uh-oh, it froze up. Am I going to do that to every circle? Yeah. I mean, it's really the only way I can do it. They're all tiled, so like they need to have their tile grout lines drawn in, so that way they don't. It's not just a giant set of stone rings. But I also can't just do them all the exact same because then it would become very noticeable. When did I last save? Never. There hasn't been a single save all stream, so I just did a quick export. There we go. Good thing you said something, because if something were to happen, and all of the work that we did today were to be lost, I would be very disappointed. Even though we did learn some good tricks to help us to make it easier next time, I still wouldn't want next time to be, immediately. So that would have been greatly demoralizing. Alright. The funny thing to think about is every time that we're doing this as well, it's going to take longer because each ring is wider. So, this is actually the shortest bit of time we're going to spend doing this, is on this particular one. Because after this, it's just going to get longer. Well, D-Gregs, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in from D-Greg's end. How was it? How did it go? D-Gregs, why have you
Immediately done this to me. How could you come in here and you do this to me in my art stream?
I know.
I give you a shout out,
You're actually gonna.
and you make me squeak.
Regrets.
Oh,
Regrets.
it's so mad.
Yeah.
Where you're at? Reload your cipher.
It's already. I'm waiting. Hold on. Oh,
No,
they
you
did
should've
the.
finished
They
it.
did the no. They did the no. They did no. They did the no. They did the no. In the water.
Oh, and of course Uncle Dan has to take care of yourself. He wants a squeaky stretch. They did the no. Okay. Alright, there we go. I took care of myself. But, regardless, D-Gregs, how you doing? How was your stream? Did it go well? Welcome in everybody that came from that end. We're just doing some art. We're working on a D&D map right now, so just slowly but steadily designing this map and getting it all fleshed out. We're doing the tiles on the stone floor right now, which is monotonous, but it has to be done. There it goes. Goodness gracious. It's 3 times today that that's happened. Kind of starting to annoy me a wee bit, just a wee bit. But we're back. At least it's reconnecting. Each time it has successfully reconnected, but man, are these disconnects getting on my nerves. You feel that? Yeah. There's a reason I have that meme playing up in the top corner, cause it's because it's accurate between everything going on and the disconnects. Played Fortnite and Apex Legends? Oh boy. Well, I'm glad that your stream went well, my friend. Welcome in to everybody that came with the raid, though. I certainly appreciate it. Had some good convos? Yeah. I saw your message the other day on your server about starting late because you're fighting Catholics. I do so approve. I saw that, was just like, that's hilarious. The Catholics. They have to be resisted. It's our duty. But, as I said, this is just a D&D map. That's where we're working. This is the main chamber for a dungeon that we're working on. It's a bit of an occult practice going on down here, hence the central piece there. Though, normally I would never make something like that. That is an exception for this circumstance. And I will admit, it did come out quite nice. Mostly thanks to Uncle Dan. Uncle Dan did the mathematics and got it all working. I also saw he said something right before the raid. Where was it? It doesn't have an autosave? Yeah, this program doesn't have autosaves, so, I'm constantly, like, having to be reminded to do manual saves, because if it loses everything that I've done in a stream, I'm not gonna be thrilled. I'm gonna be very irritated, actually, if anything, to lose hours of work, because we're 3.5 hours in now, and if I lose 3.5 hours of work on this, I'm gonna lose my mind a little bit. I'm gonna go a wee bit crazy. I'm gonna become slightly unhinged. Which, I mean, I suppose that could also be interesting to watch in and of itself, is just me losing my minds, because we've had a stream where we did that, where it was just me and Star working on stuff, and both losing our minds, because we were working on technical stuff, and technical stuff has a habit of just occasionally eating sanity. You'll be minding your own business, and then it's just, sanity went down. You're working with technology. You're slightly more crazy than you were at the start now. You're like, but why? I've done nothing wrong. Why am I punished so?
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. awake to help me, and behold,
By far my favorite redeem, I think. And it seems to be a favorite in general nowadays. Ever since I added that one has gotten a lot of use, and I'm thrilled to see it. It's so good.
deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold,
Well, if you want to know where that's from, that is Terminal Montage that made that. He is an animator who also happens to be Christian, and he made that that's a short on his channel that was specifically made because someone kept commenting on his videos because Kirby is always Christian in his videos, but it's like subtle typically, like it's not constant, but there'll be little moments where he is. And someone was commenting something like, "Oh, it's really getting old with the Christian Kirby. Stop doing it." And then he made an entire video, which was just Kirby being as Christian as possible in retaliation, essentially going, "No, in fact, I shall now increase his Christianhood. You cannot stop me." Which to me is immensely hilarious and the correct way to respond to that. You need to find him. He's got some really good animations, and anytime Kirby is involved, there is a potential that Kirby's gonna whip out a cross and become very Christian for a moment. And you're just like, oh my. And that clip is perfect. I love it to death. So, ever since I put it on here, we have had it. It has very quickly become the #1 redeem on the stream, like, without a doubt. I am glad that I added it. I am glad that Terminal Montage made it. Because the world is a better place for it. But now I must apologize to those that are here, as I must now resume the slow, boring, monotonous work of making stone tiles, because all of these rings are stone tile floor, and unfortunately, as much as I would love that they make themselves, they will not. So I have to make them, because for whatever reason, I decided to make my entire part of the campaign that I'm doing, all of it, I've made by hand. So I've got maps on top of maps on tops of maps that I've been... Oh, that one's all the way zoomed in because we were taking a measurement there. But, like, we've got so many maps that we've made. We've got... And this is just for one dungeon. Like, we've got a town map for the main town that they're going to interact in. Let me pull that up. Like, we've been making stuff. This is months of work making these maps. I'm making all of my assets by myself. So, it has been a process. Also, I'm now noticing I haven't done, like, tile here. But then again, it's so zoomed out that it's probably not worth it. Did I hear the new Skillets song? No, I have not heard the new Skillet song. I have not. I am typically the last to find out about new music because I very rarely listen to the radio and I don't follow like any channels on YouTube that are musicians. So I typically only find out when someone tells
Me about it. Also, the 10 minutes are up. So I'm free. I get to be me again. But I'm that kind of guy that I'm listening to music that most people have produced 10 plus years ago because it's what I grew up with, and so I'm comfortable with it, and then I just occasionally find out about new music. But very rarely do I stumble upon it myself because I insist on only watching stuff or listening to stuff that I already enjoy because I'm one of those people. Where'd Joseph go? I'm still here! Don't you give me guff! This garden gnome coming in here and making me squeak and then acting like I'm normal, or that's my normal voice. What is this? What is this, dude?
Rest I need. Yes. Rest.
That's also another one I enjoy, though that one doesn't get played as often, but that one is quite funny. But yeah, so I mean, I can definitely go looking for the new music if you're vouching for it. Then still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. This channel just keeps getting more and more Warhammer themed, and I solely put the blame on Rico for having reignited my my dormant interest in it. And then now with Space Marines 2 that's come out, and it was so kindly gifted to me by someone that I'm not allowed to say who because they demand anonymity. And between that and Rico's influence, I have very much fallen back into the Warhammer 40k hole, and I'm just like, oh no. Can't believe this has happened again. It happened once when I was quite young, and I managed to get myself out of it. I don't think I'll get out of it a second time. I don't think you get to escape twice. Once, maybe. Twice, never. It won't happen. So I guess I'm committed now. And it'll only keep getting worse. It's just going to keep becoming more 40k. The only reason I will never have a Space Marine armor like what Rico has is because he sounds the part. I do not. I do not sound like one. It's such a good clip. Skillet, all that matters. Okay, here, let me pull that up on my other little computer, my other little laptop. And I shall listen to it after stream. And if I quite enjoy it, then I shall add it to our playlist here. As there's only one song that thematically doesn't really quite fit in with all of our other music. And that being specifically requested to be added, so. With, what was it called? Must Have Been the Wind. That's what it was. Ate a lot, now you're sleepy? Oh no. It's got that food coma. Had a shake and some chips. Well, at least you had something. It's not exactly a balanced meal, but it's better than nothing. All right, D. Griggs, I certainly appreciate it, my friend. Enjoy yourself. Hopefully the editing goes well. We shall still be here, most likely. But we appreciate the lurk. Chips as in fries? Unlikely, as D. Greggs is also an American, and I don't know any Americans that refer to fries as chips. That's mostly just a British European type thing. There we go. We're getting there on this ring. We'll be done with it eventually. And then we go to a bigger ring, and then a bigger ring. I suppose I could always take a break from the rings and work on that treasure room that I wanted to add on to this area. So at least we're not spending a huge amount of time staring at this where I'm just drawing lines to make the tiles. But I still have to do it. Like, it's got to get done. I can only run away from it for so long before, like, eventually I have to do this. There are ways to, like, use the pre-existing ones I have, but I don't recommend it just because while it can be done, it ends up, like, the more you do it, the more noticeable it becomes. You can get away with it. Like, I've used it to patch spots on other floors, but just doing a small patch isn't super noticeable. Doing huge swaths of a room with the pre-made, just trying to force them to work would quickly become very visually noticeable. Hence why I do not do it. That being said, if I do ever make the mistake of making a round dungeon again, you can bet I'm gonna be pulling assets from this to work with, because good lord, do I regret the choice to make it round. It was so much more difficult than if I had just done a square. And now I understand why so many dungeons in most games are squared. It's because otherwise, you gotta do this kind of stuff where it's just like, ah, yes, another ring, done. How many more rings? Yes. There are more to go. And each one is bigger than the last, which just means each one takes that much longer. And eventually, I shall lose my mind. But that's going to happen regardless. I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Actually, I don't even think I have a mind left to lose, but that doesn't mean I won't lose another one. I'm fairly certain we already would have, if not for some of the assistance that we have acquired at different points in this process, especially from specifically from Uncle Dan. I realize saying Mr. Uncle Dan might sound a little unusual. It's too many honorifics in one go, you know? Okay, we'll do one more ring, and then we'll take a break and we'll make the treasure room off to the side. Which I'm torn between continuing the circular style or making life easier and making it a box. If it's a box, that's going to be way simpler. If I choose to do it rounded again, then I'm giving myself so much work. So much. I don't know what that was, but it was interesting. Actually works a little bit better zoomed out like this because I can see more of the tiles that are around it. Treasure room sounds like a vault, and a vault is square. Typically, yes. But treasure hoards tend to be round, because more often than not you would associate a treasure hoard in a D&D type scenario normally would be associated with something like a dragon. And they tend to live in caves, which tend to be more rounded than squared. But in this case, I do lean towards your idea, which is it's more a vault. And as such, it can be square. Which will also make my life significantly easier than if I insist on doing it rounded. Because it also wouldn't actually be a round room. Like, I wouldn't be making a round room off over here. I'd be essentially making a crescent room. That is like, if I took a section of the, like, let's say if I... be like taking that and then just using what's in between this gray line and this black line, except I'd be moving it out here. And having that be another room, which I guess would be a way to actually do that, would just be to take this and then drag it. But that's also kind of lazy, and I don't know if necessarily the line, the curve would be sufficient if I move it out, because the curve might change slightly as it gets wider, so it could end up backfiring. But, you know. Then there's also the question of, do I center it? Because that line would be centering it. But then that also means the tunnel is a 5x5, which would be split by 2 5x5 squares. But I also don't know if we're going to be keeping the grid for that much longer because of how we're doing this system. I don't know. There's a lot going on. I'm trying to figure things out as I go. Just trying to make it work. That's the wrong tool. There we go. And we continue, though. I'm not sure how that one's going to look at once everything is done, but we'll see. We'll see if that works out. If not, I'll have to figure out how to undo that and make it more traditional looking. That's the most broken that we've made one of them so far, and like I said, I was just not 100% sure how that's going to end up looking with everything else. That one was also terrible, so we're undoing that, and then there we go. I'm also realizing it's been 4 hours. Holy cow. When did that happen? I feel like time is just flying by while I'm trying to do this. And I'm very easily losing track of time, and every time I look over at the clock, it's just like, oh wait. I blinked. How did that happen? Which is weird, because this is a very monotonous task, and normally I do not associate monotonous tasks with being able to distract me so efficiently as this one does. Then again, most of the time, I suppose, in the past, my monotonous tasks have been a task that someone else has decided that I must do because of arbitrary reasons, where this is one that I have chosen to do for arbitrary reasons. I wonder if that has a particular impact on why this one holds my engagement so well. Because I've decided that I would do this, rather than someone else deciding that I should do something. Also, why did that happen? When did that happen? That shouldn't have happened. I already corrected those. How do they keep appearing? Every time I think that I've gotten them all, it's just like, and then another. All because I tried to do one shortcut. A shortcut that did largely work, but also created some extra work to do. But in the end was probably a net gain, I think. This is actually a good thing, too. This is one of the few times where my hand jittering a little bit and jerking every once in a while works in my favor because it means that not every line is perfectly straight. Which helps to make them look a little bit more rough, which is the idea behind the place. It's not all supposed to be perfect because, you know, it's a cult. They just kind of were doing it as they went. Let's see how that looks now when we're zoomed out. Doesn't look spectacular, but it's also not horrific. So, I suppose I should leave it that way. Hmm. I'm still pondering on this area because I'm trying to figure out, since I've committed to using these stairs as the system, but I've also built these in accordance with the 5x5 blocks that I've made, which I'm realizing I'm probably never going to be able to escape the more I think about it. Like, these are baked into the design of it, so even if I do the dark gray background like what we'd been talking about earlier, then I'm still going to have to figure out a way how to transpose my grid over top of it, which I haven't quite figured out yet. My grid also doesn't perfectly align with their grid. Mine, I think, is the same size, but it's all offset very slightly compared to the grids that are in here, which is not great and drives me slightly up a wall, but not too much up a wall, but just slightly. Okay, over here is going to be our treasure room. Didn't leave myself a whole ton of space to work with on the sides, but that's okay. That'd be what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 by 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So a 30 by 60 room, that's pretty stinking big. So I could have, like, the treasure trove in here and then, like, some little things off to the side. I could probably do that on both sides and make one, like, a treasure trove, the other one something else. For now, though, we need to zoom in on the grid and make sure that we make sure we're centered in on it. Okay. So. Actually, no, we don't need to zoom in because we know what our normal system is. Actually, hold on. This is an outer wall, so that's not a 3. That should be, like, what, 6, I think, is what I've been doing. Okay. Well, hello, Jake. How are you doing, my friend? I started moving that and then immediately realized I didn't actually pay attention to the outside number. Crap. There we go. There we go. There we go. And bring that down to there. There we go. We're making progress. How is my D&D project going? Well, So far, I'd say fairly good. Trying to like get a proper zoom on that. So, this is our one of the floors so far. We've made a profile view of kind of the general design that the layout of the dungeon is, and then we've got the layout for the first 3 floors, and right now we're working on the bottom floor right now, so we're adding some rooms off to the sides. So we're making progress. Also, why does that top line look too thick? Because it is too thick. Why is it too thick? Why did it end up like that? Of course means now we need to measure all the other ones and make sure that we didn't mess anything else up. That's a 6. That's a 6. That's a 6. Okay. At least not all is lost. Well, I'm glad that you think so. So we have... Oh, nope. Zoomed in way too much there. So this is the central area where the main fight's going to happen. And we've just been kind of designing from there. This star took way longer than it should have, and only came to fruition so well because of Uncle Dan's assistance. But I think it ended up looking quite nice, and we managed to even kind of get the portrayal of the gem being underwater correctly. The coloration being like just right. So I think that came out quite nice. The tile flooring were slowly but surely expanding, but I needed a break. I couldn't keep doing tile lines. So hence why we've broken off to do these side chambers, because I need something else. Anything else. Something that's not tiles for a minute. That being said, we can use this. Oh yeah, there's also this map. I don't know if you've seen this one yet. This is the overview of the town that most everything is going to be taking place in. The question is... Okay, it will work. We just need to rotate it then. That's why I have pre-made assets. That right there. Because that just did that whole room for me. Now I don't have to make a stone floor for that room. I'm so glad I did. I wish I had just been smart enough that whenever I was starting all of this, that I would have adopted the guidelines that I'm now using for the sizing and everything for all of these rooms, but I wasn't. So there's not 100% consistency, but, you know, I'm just gonna have to live with that. As much as I hate it, I've got no choice but to live with it now. We've done way too much work to go back and undo all of it. Zoom in. It fits perfectly because I did. Because I did it the way I did it. I will take it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ugh. Oh no, and we did it the other way of how I was going to do it down there on these floors, so I can't yoink these doorway assets. So we gotta make them by hand down here, but that's okay. They're just the doorways. That's one of the easier segments to do. Only somewhat complicated by the fact that I've insisted on doing it the way that I have, but too little too late to complain about that. And complaining about it wouldn't improve the situation anyhow. There we go. What song is this? Power Wolf, Army of the Night. I do quite enjoy Power Wolf. Not all of their music is entirely Christian approved, but they do have some very good songs. A few of them are absolute bangers that I quite enjoy. So you will hear a few of them on the playlist here. Remember whenever I said I came over here to escape doing stone tile, and now look what I'm doing. Stone tile. There's no escaping. It all comes back to stone tiles. It was all stone tiles from the beginning. All along. That's what it was. And then we'll do the other one with its door there. That way they're not quite perfectly across from each other, because we're using a 5x5 grid, which I have slowly come to hate, but I've also come to love it, because it is an important tool for my progress. Yep, it was a small distraction from the tile, and then it was right back to tiling. You can only escape tile for so long, and then it always comes back. Okay, now that line's correct. Okay. For a minute there, I thought I had done it wrong, but no, it's still correct. Yeah, I just specifically for stream, there are certain things I don't want associated with the stream in any way, so I keep them isolated away from it because they shouldn't be part of it. And thus, some of the music, even though I enjoy it, does, just because of the subject matters and whatnot, does not end up here. That being said, most of it does. Most of the music I listen to is on this playlist, so. Or the kinds of music, at least. Try to as well. I mean, that's all you can do. Alright, so we got our 2 side rooms. Which means, sadly, it's back to tiling. Except, I guess I could do the stair real quick. We do need to do the stair. Where did it put that? There it is. Could do it like that. I just need to swap the lines around. I'm also now realizing I've lined it up with the tiles, not the grid, which means that this is wrong. And I should feel bad. Okay, there we go. So, and here's how we're going to do this the easy way. Rather than making our life too unnecessarily difficult. Oh, I can use Control V and just... Huh. So, there's the stairs. And then we can also take advantage of them. And yoink just that. Okay, let's see. How thick did I make those lines on the side? I think they're 3s. They're 4s. Why are they 4? Why did I make them 4? That's... whatever. I'll never understand why I do the things I do. Layer, transform. I really want to center this because I feel like visually it looks better centered. But if it's centered, then it's not correct in the grid. Which was a grand oversight on my behalf. But it's something I have to work with now. See, why did I do 4? Giving it a size of 4 means that it doesn't quite... Whatever. Can't do anything about it now, so... The grid is, like, baked into the entire thing, so there's no undoing it. But that gives us a stairway down into the area. Paste another one. And then we do need to zoom in on this one and see... Did it? Okay, cool. Challenging predicament. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's just like, well, I've done it. There's no undoing it now. Why is that? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. See how it's slightly too big for this grid, but it was slightly too small for the other grid? It also means technically the entire grid that I built this all off of is also incorrect. There's no undoing that either at this point. So I'm just going to have to cry myself to sleep, knowing that everything that I've worked, all the stuff that I've based this off of, it's all broken. None of it is correct. But there's no going back at this point. It's so intrinsically baked into the system that there's no going back. We're committed. Ugh. I can't believe it's been 4.5 hours. Committed to the mistake. Yeah, I'm committed to the mistake. There's no undoing the mistake at this point. The mistake is so deeply integrated into the program that I've designed here that's just like... Like, there's just no undoing it. I kind of get it now. Why the whole, like, there's the joke about, well, why would they go forward with the Death Star designs if they knew that they were wrong? Well, maybe by the time they discovered it was wrong, they discovered it way too late in the program. They're just like, well, I guess we're just going to go forward with it. We don't have a choice. Also, I'm noticing that these don't quite line up. Please tell me that that is not true. Please. Please. It's about an 11. Oh my god, it's so far off. Hold on. Let's try taking the measurement from the... It's still gonna be way off. Oh my god, it's so far off. That's 8 off. Uh... What do I... How is it that far off? Okay, see, but that's the thing. On most of them, the point of no return is only applicable because of it being not noticeable. It is noticeable the difference in the gap between this side and this side. It is visually spottable, even fully zoomed out. And I have no earthly idea how I could fix it. And it's even like there is a decent gap, like that looks like that's about the right one, but this side it's super noticeable. Look how thin it gets there. Why did it do that? I must have done something wrong. I had to have done something wrong. And I've messed it up. Somewhere, one of the measurements is not correct. How is it like this? All the other measurements are correct. How is it wrong? We used the exact same measurements for everything. How did it come out incorrect? How? Oh no, it's probably because the center, isn't it? It's gotta be like the center was off kilter just enough and we didn't notice it. And now that I'm like looking at it from up here, I can kind of see it looks like it might be off kilter. We need to get a measurement. Hold on. We need a measurement now. If I like completely borked this, then I'm gonna be twisted. Oh my god, that's what we did. The core that it's all based out of is off. Oh, I want to throw myself in front of oncoming traffic, dude. How do we fix this? I'm trying to think, how do I fix this? So Uncle Dan, the center is off. And because of that, the rings are off. It's offset on this side. It's 8 off on this side. And it's about 8 off on this side because of it. So the core is not centered. Which means everything inside of it is also not centered. Okay, we need to go in closer and we need to get like a precise measurement. How far off are we? $436 on that side. $429 on this side. So it's off by 7 in the center. It's 7 too far to the left. The only thing I can think of is if I take the outermost ring that is still a perfect circle and just copy everything that's inside of it, I can shift that over. It's going to be off by 1 pixel in one direction or the other, but there's no undoing that because of the just because of how it was done. But at least 1 pixel is way less noticeable than 8 pixels or 7 pixels. Because that is just way too... That's noticeable. 1 pixel off isn't that noticeable. 7 or 8 pixels off is visibly noticeable. So I can't not undo this. I have to fix this. So if we take this ring inwards, we can just shift all of that over a few spots. Which will mean I'll still have to do some of these outer rings again, but that's okay. We can do that. We can just redo that. That's not a big deal. Three rings out, okay. But that's 4. Oh no, don't tell me it's not centered on this side too. $360, I guess that'd be $363. I got it one too many in. Oh, good God. It's off kilter everywhere. The center is not centered on any of the lines. It's just free floating in there. So it needs to come up and it needs to go right. Needs to come up what? 3-4 pixels, so that's 356. Okay, hold on. I gotta write this stuff down somewhere. I gotta write this down. That way I can I can't believe that this happened, bro. uh. Okay, so. So it's 356 there. Why is it on the airbrush tool? Okay. Holy crap. So. Can you not move all the rooms to the left and or whatever direction? What do you mean? Because the issue is, no matter how I move the outside, it's still going to be the issue that the core is off, and the core will move with the outside. Because it's not layers. Because I didn't do this in layers, because I'm not a very clever man. And it also doesn't save layers in between work, so it will always condense everything down to one layer whenever you end. So, like, I have to basically work in one layer at all times and only use other layers for making small edits. What program is this? This is GIMP 2. This is GIMP 2.0 is what I'm using, which is technically an image manipulation software, not an art software. So I've been kind of forcing it to work with me. Okay, so the circle is from what center? Theoretically, from the water pool center. And then we built rings around it, but those rings were off, and then it somehow ended up not off for the rest of the rings because somewhere in here a couple of tiles got slightly moved. Like, look, here's it. Okay. So, if we're going off of this circle is a 330 by 326. So it's 4 off on its own. It wasn't perfectly circular. But once we got out to here, it became perfectly circular. But it's not perfectly centered. Oh my god. So like, if we take it out to this circle, I'll show you what I mean. Remember, that one was off by 4. So, it follows that this one should be off by 4, yeah? But it isn't. It's 807 by 807. So technically, this one isn't centered. Or this one's not a perfect circle, rather. But we're treating it as our true center because we've really got no other choice unless we want to redo this. And this was an exceptional pain to do. So doing it all again sounds like torture. But if we treat it as the true center at least, then we've still got a perfect circle once we get out to here. And it's not super noticeable that this is a perfect circle and this isn't. But what is noticeable is the compression that happens as it went out because this center wasn't centered. Question, potentially answer, no guarantee. On your left, could you not just extend it to match the other side? So the amount that we would have to shift the entire of like the outer ring would probably be too much, I feel like. I feel like it would become quite noticeable that this side is going to be far more curved than this side is. Because we have to take it out like 7 or 8 pixels. So instead of being here, it would be, it'd have to go all the way out to there. And this one is perfectly on this line. This one is perfectly on this line. So it will become quite noticeable as the circle goes. Because that far out should actually make quite a visual difference at a distance. Especially since it'll start crossing over lines. Well, and so I see what you're saying about the outer ring, but the outer ring, as far as I know, is a perfect circle. Crap. Don't know what the arc is going to actually be because we cut that circle. So we're gonna have to just play it by eye then. Okay, so that should be the exact circle that we used originally. So 1207 by 1210, that's not right though. Because I know it was a perfect circle. I deliberately made it a perfect circle. So it must be slightly off. Let's see if we do that and then send it again. We're gonna have to zoom in to get this side. Okay, so that can't be right. We gotta bring that up. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh god, it wasn't a perfect circle. Which means literally everything we've done today has been useless. Dude. I'm basically gonna have to redo this entire map. Let's see, how can we... there any way to salvage this? I think our best bet is just going to be to move the circles that we do have. Can you not move the inner circles 3 or 4 pixels to the left? So we'd have to go right, but that was what I was thinking is maybe the best solution, is we're just going to have to shift all of this. So out to here probably, over. And then we're just going to have to do the outer rings again. Like, that part, there's no way around. Like, we're going to have to do some of these rings again. Because that, there's no, like, going back on. Okay. That's a 985 by 985. Copy that. Alright, so it's 356 up, 362 down. So it needs to go up 3 tiles, or up 3 pixels. Because that would bring us to 359 by 359. So okay. Now, 429 left, 369 right. Or 436. So 429 by 436. There's too many numbers and I'm stressing out. I'm losing my mind, bro. Okay, so let's see. That's a 7 difference. If we move over probably 4, that would maybe be our best bet. So like that. Which does result in that happening, but that's all we can really do. Okay, wait, hold on. I've got an idea though. Go back to that. So we anchor it there. And instead, if we okay, did it cut it? I think it did. I don't need to worry about like the tiny little lines. So. I'm trying to remember why I did this. I remember why I did this now. Oh no, it's gonna select all of that. Son of a gun, dude. Okay, so here's what we're gonna have to do instead then. We gotta isolate this by okay, good. That doesn't spill over into any of the others. We just essentially destroy all of the interior lines and just leave the black there so that way it'll be our coordinates that we know to target for that being the center for the line. Then we can get rid of all the externally existing lines. And then we can work from ground zero again. So we gotta have somewhere to start from. Okay, that isolated it. Okay. Now, you take a measurement. $108. It's 108. It's 26. Please give me 26 down here. 41. How? How is it that far off? How? Okay, so. Gonna remove the left and right trackers because we've got those correct. Down is now 41 off. Whereas up is 26. So we need to equalize that distance. Also, that is a really disconcerting thing that it's doing, and I wish I could make it do that normally because that's actually kind of a cool look. But okay, so paste. Okay, so So 26 and 41, we need to get it centered because right now it's too high. So okay, we'll move it 10 first. That gets us one step closer and makes the rest of the numbers much easier. That's now 36 by 31, which means it doesn't need to move very much. There. Okay. There's 33 by 34. That's going to have to be as close as we can get it.
Woo! Yeah!
Don't celebrate
baby!
yet.
That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Rule 1, never celebrate too early. This ain't done yet. Okay, 979 by 979. Okay, that should make it a perfectly black square, or circle now. So, we should be able to now rely on that to be accurate. Which means now we can go through I wish there was an inverse way to do this. I wish there was like a donut select. That way I could just select between these two zones and only work in these zones. But if I select incorrectly, then I'll end up getting the circle, the inner circle as well. Which will doom us to failure. But at least it gives us something to work with. Take this out to the borders as much as we can. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do about those ones. Except for lose my mind. Like, there's not much I can do about those at the moment, but we'll figure something out. There's gotta be a counter, a way to get rid of them. Y'all don't even understand the level of tense I am right now. I shouldn't be this tense, but I am. Cannot mess this up. Those ones are getting dangerously close to the circle. We'll get the ones that we can get safely first. We'll come back for the rest later. here's what we'll do now. We're just down to the little stuff now, so. We're bringing out the precision tools now, and we're gonna start cleaning up these little ones. That way, we can undo this all here momentarily. And we will have saved the map. I am sorry if all the clicking is picking up, but this is like the best way for me to selectively fill those in without worrying about it bleeding over into the black. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I originally intended to play some War Thunder before we wrapped up stream. But I'm gonna be real honest. I think once we've got this fixed, at least to the point where I can repaint the floor and then we'll worry about getting the rings all done up next time. Once we've got it transposed onto the floor, the model that we have. The model that I didn't. Oh no. Everything I've done. Everything I've done, I have to undo. Or did we? No, because this is just a zoomed in of that. We didn't move the other one out. So this black circle is what we have copied right now. I am broken by this. Look at all of this that we have to undo. You don't understand the issue. So, I can only have one thing copied at a time with this program. So, those rings that we took out, the pre-made stuff that we had already done that was correct, is not what I currently have. I have that black circle because I had to move it. So I had to copy it and then move it. Kill yourself, bot. So I have to go all the way back to when we had it still, copy it, and I needed to have created a new one that was just it. That way I would have a model of it to use. So everything that I've done since then, I have to undo now. That way I can get that original back, otherwise we have to completely remake the center. So this... Wait, hold on. Maybe... Will it not... Will it let me take that, make that from here, and then can I go back to here? Oh, hallelujah. It let me just go back and take that. So I was afraid that the moment that I chose to click on it to select this, that it was going to just reset to this, because that's normally what it does. Is it resets to whatever the thing it progress has been made while you were at church. Actually, we're currently destroying everything and redoing it because everything was off. Literally every circle was off kilter. So I'm having to redo everything, basically. All we were able to salvage from the center was this. This is all that came away. The rest of it, all gone. All wrong. All of it was incorrect, so I have to undo it all. And that's where we're at here. That's why there's just a black hole. Because the black hole is the exact coordinates that we need. We have to line up whenever we bring the copy back. That's where it needs to line up to get it as centered as we can. I mean, you're not wrong, technically. The math was off, and it is purely because of me. Because I didn't set up like a rigorous system before I started this, so... So you are actually correct. The math was off, and it is purely mine. My fault. Where did the screen go? It has been consumed by the darkness that now fills my soul. The fact that all of this has to be redone is soul-shattering. So much time. So much time was put forward, and now it's just, all gone. All because I started off with a faulty premise. I'll be honest, yeah, I'm kind of with you, Valmont. I don't think I would go back to my childhood if I was given the option. I don't think I would do it. Mine wasn't the worst childhood out there. There are definitely people that had it way worse than me, but I would never want to go back to that. Those were not good times, though they were simpler times, to be certain. If I did, the only thing that I'd want to do is go back and tell young me, like, hey, here's $50. Buy $50 of Bitcoin when it's like a couple of cents. That'd be the only change. Be the only thing I'd want to do while I was there is just do that and then get out. So it wouldn't even necessarily be like I want to go back to my childhood. It would just be I would want to very briefly visit child me. And then hope that whenever I gave him a $50 that they wouldn't know. That the bank teller wouldn't check and be like, why does this say like 2024 and like 2005? Okay. I think we have done all the preparation work that we needed. I think we can bring it back now. No one celebrate yet. Do not celebrate yet. Do not do it. This ain't over until it's firmly back where it needs to be. We put the gray back and then we take our measurements again for like the 7th time and make sure that it's perfect. Then we can celebrate, and I'm going to immediately raid. Is Rico live? Rico is live, so we're going to... Oh no, wait, he's over on someone else's stream.
Woo! Yeah, baby!
Who
That's what I'm
celebrated?
waiting for.
Uncle
That's what it's
Dan!
about. Woo!
Uncle Dan, not yet. Not yet. Do you not know how dangerous it is to celebrate before everything is done? You've doomed us all, man. You've doomed us all, Uncle Dan. Okay. Now, we're gonna zoom in real close. And we're gonna go through this border here. And we're gonna check every inch of it. Okay. Yeah, Rico is on someone else's stream, so I've got them pulled up. We'll raid into them. That way we can go support Rico. But then I'm immediately ending. Because holy moly. Okay, so we got 31 there. It should be 32 up. Okay, 30. That's alright, that's alright. $105. $105. Oh. Okay. We fixed it. We'll have to redo a couple of rings, but that's okay. They didn't even have tile yet. It was just rings. Oh. Goodness gracious. All right. Hold on, let me overwrite it. There we go. We've got it saved. It is saved. What a ride.
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you all immensely. We got through it in the end. We fixed it. We saved it. It's all okay now. I will be back again tomorrow for... I don't know what we're going to do in the day. It won't be until 4 p.m. CST. We'll play for a few hours, and then we're going to raid into Rico and play some Space Marines with him.
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
I'm glad that you all enjoyed that so much. I'm also a big fan of Kerbo. It's great. But we're going to raid out now. I'm going to end stream. We're going to go raid Rook Venturer, because that is where Rico is. He's doing a collab with them. So, I appreciate you all being here. I will see you again soon. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless y'all. And just, yeah. I'm so exhausted after that. Bye, everyone. That there really wasn't any Christianity in my life. So I ended up actually rejecting Christ a lot in my younger days, especially after my name.
Get rid of this